This is the On the Media Midweek podcast. I'm Brooke Gladstone. This week, NPR's media reporter David Folkenflik had a story with the headline, Trump's lawsuit against Murdoch and Wall Street Journal turns personal. The lawsuit in question is over the Journal's exclusive about a birthday card to Jeffrey Epstein signed by Donald Trump with a message about sexy-sounding, quote, secrets inside the doodled outline of a naked woman with Donald Trump's signature scrawled where the pubic hair would be. Mr. Trump tried to cash in on his long relationship with his pal and Journal owner Rupert Murdoch to have the story squashed, but to no avail. Now, as Folkenflik reports, Trump is asking a federal judge in Miami to compel the man once called my very good friend Rupert Murdoch to answer the president's lawyer's questions under oath within 15 days of the order. Murdoch is the only person Trump is asking to appear in person. The decades-long relationship between the president and the media mogul has had its share of ups and downs, but both have been invested in each other's continued success. Now, at the age of 94, Murdoch has started to think about his legacy, and it seems he'd like to retain his position of power, even in the afterlife.
That is part of what made the story so compelling to me.
McKay Coppins is a staff writer at The Atlantic.
He wants to, from the grave, manipulate and govern not just his media outlets, but the politics of the countries where they are most influential.
Coppins conducted a series of interviews with the Murdochs, most notably Rupert's son James and his wife Catherine. When I spoke to Coppins in May, he told me he'd discovered that the family was embroiled in a legal battle that would define the future of the Murdoch media empire. The focus was a plan settled decades ago.
About 25 years ago, when Rupert was divorcing his then wife Anna basically agreed to give up a lot of the money that she was entitled to in the divorce in exchange for a restructuring of the family trust that would essentially split control of the Murdoch empire equally among their 4 children.
Do you know why she did that?
James actually told me the idea was that it would incentivize us all to work together. Instead, it ended up being the subject of this bitter legal battle at the end of Rupert's life, which is he has tried to rewrite this family trust to control the future of the empire with Lachlan, his eldest son, and essentially disenfranchise the rest of the kids. They would still get money, but they would have no vote.
This secret plan, this was called Project Family Harmony, right?
Yes, a kind of all-time euphemism, I think. And Lachlan is the one Murdoch child who shares his father's politics. James and his sisters are frankly embarrassed by a lot of the content that's put out by Fox News. And Rupert suspects, I think correctly, that if the trust is left as is, James and his sisters will team up against Lachlan to force some changes to the companies that Rupert believes would devastate his legacy as this singular voice in conservative media.
Let's talk about the family dynamic for a second. You have the 2 older sisters, Prudence and Elizabeth, never serious contenders to run the business because James said Rupert's a misogynist, right? Mm-hmm. And then you've got the 2 brothers, 15 months apart, Lachlan being the older one, this masculine guy, whereas sitting at the dinner table, you had the sort of nerdy hipster type. That was James. So he was typecast as the outsider from the start.
This is something that happens in maybe every family.
Did that happen to you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm the oldest of 4, actually. I was the one who was seen as like the good kid.
That's always on the oldest.
Yeah. Do you feel like this rings true to you?
Well, yeah. I'm the 3rd of 6.
It is actually very natural for kids to get typecast in their families.
Yeah. And so how were they typecast?
Prudence was the daughter of Rupert's first marriage, and she was a peacemaker. Liz was seen as the temperamental artist, and she once pierced James's ear in their bathroom, and it was a bloody mess everywhere. Liz was 3 years older than Lachlan, who was older than James. And so what's interesting is that by the time James was 13 or 14, he was effectively living by himself in the Murdochs' penthouse on the Upper East Side in Manhattan. James's parents had moved to Los Angeles. They would, come back every couple weeks.
So I guess just him and the servants?
Yes, there was a butler named George who attended to his needs. And the fact that he was allowed to run wild for most of his adolescence, I do think allowed him to carve out a distinctive identity. He had an interest in archaeology, and he got really into underground hip hop. And he was forced one summer to intern at one of his dad's newspapers in Australia. And he hated it. There's this famous moment where he went to a press conference and actually fell asleep, and a rival newspaper snapped a picture of him.
Murdoch would spread the daily newspapers out at the table and give his kids a master class. Family dinners featured visits from politicians, dignitaries, and he insisted that his animating motivation, his conglomerate's entire reason for being, was his children.
Right.
This reminds me a little of Breaking Bad, but never mind.
Everything that I do, everything, I do it to protect this family.
But you know what, Walt? Someone has to protect this family from the man who protects this family.
Or Succession.
Everything I've done in my life, I've done for my children. I know I've made mistakes, but I've always tried to do the best by them.
This is something you hear from a lot of hyper-ambitious, powerful men.
Except that if he wanted to leave it to his children, then why does he want to control it from the grave?
Well, he sees his kids primarily as nodes of immortality, right? As vehicles for his own dynastic ambition.
So it's not really about them at all.
It's ultimately about him.
Okay, so James, he goes to Harvard. He drops out his senior year, and he moves to New York to start a hip-hop label with his friends. And the offices for that company, Raucous Records, featured a poster of Chairman Mao. That company was later folded into News Corp? I have never heard of it.
Well, that's probably by design on Rupert's part. It was basically a way to buy James. And James was made the head of digital publishing at News Corp, which...
It's kind of a backwater?
Yeah, James was immensely frustrated in this job. He found that every kind of innovative idea he had was poo-pooed. He was seen as a little princeling who was given his fiefdom.
But then in 2005, Lachlan took himself out of the running and moved back to Australia with his family, driven apparently by constant and losing battles with his dad's lieutenants.
This was a running frustration with both James and Lachlan. At various points, both of them were groomed to be Rupert's successor. But Rupert clearly had no interest in having a successor.
This is so Succession.
When will you be ready to step down?
I don't know. 5?
5 years?
10.
10? Dad, seriously.
It's my company.
This is actually drawn directly from the Murdoch family. The more successful his sons became, the more he seemed to resent them on some level. For Lachlan, by 2005, he basically realized, I don't want to spend my entire adult life waiting for him to retire.
What was James doing at this point?
He was sent to Hong Kong to take over Star, a struggling satellite TV company in Asia. And then, to the surprise of pretty much everyone at News Corp's headquarters, he did succeed. He pivoted the growth strategy from Hong Kong to India. He greenlit a bunch of splashy Hindi language dramas. And within a couple of years, the company had turned a profit.
James got a major promotion running all of News Corp's operation in Asia and Europe. And then 2011, brought a stark turning point in the Murdoch family and in the fortunes of James. That was when the phone hacking scandal happened at the Murdoch-owned News of the World.
Journalists realised very few people changed the PIN codes for their voicemail. So they guessed the codes and listened in to the personal secrets of the royals, the famous, the powerful, and many who are none of these.
Tell me about Millie Dowler.
She was a British teenager who went missing in 2002. And it was one of these cases that became a huge national fixation. There was this 6-month search for her. She was found dead. She had been murdered. The News of the World had directed a private investigator to hack into Dowler's voicemail and published the contents of some of her private messages.
Was there any point?
You know, it's one of these stories that had become so big that there was just a massive competition for any little scrap of information. But obviously, nearly a decade later, when The Guardian revealed that News of the World had done this, there was an enormous public outrage.
James was in charge of News of the World, but the hacking had taken place before the newspapers were his responsibility. But he would have to take the fall. Mm-hmm. And it was his sister Liz who suggested it to Rupert.
That's right. And her father then told her, go tell him. And so she actually went down the hallway and essentially tried to fire her brother on her dad's behalf. Liz and James had grown up pretty close.
She pierced his ear, for goodness sake.
That's right. And then for years, they barely spoke to each other. And what Liz said is that one of the greatest regrets of her life is that she allowed her father to drive this wedge between herself and her brother.
So James leaves London in disgrace in 2012, moves back to New York.
That's right. The idea was still that he was being groomed to take over.
But he wasn't, because Lachlan rejoined the family business, supplanted James as Rupert's successor.
That's right.
When Donald Trump was elected the next year, the family rifts became chasms. And you said that James had assumed that his Princeton-educated older brother would balk when Trump, say, proposed a Muslim ban. But that whenever James mentioned any of these outrages, Lachlan would bristle and immediately go into a nasty, knee-jerk anti-Hillary stance. But you said the most surprising thing to James was that his father seemed to have no ideology at all.
Right. Rupert seemed willing to just go wherever the audience wanted to go. And he actually, in that first Fox News debate, reportedly told Megyn Kelly to really go after Trump.
Trump was furious with Kelly over her questions in last week's great debate and said this.
You could see there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
Once it became clear that Trump was going to win the Republican nomination, that the audience for Fox News in particular loved Trump, Rupert lined up behind Trump. For James, this was really revealing that his dad actually, beneath it all, didn't have some core set of ideas. It was really just power and profit all the way down.
Some of these events are beyond familiar to viewers of the HBO show Succession.
He's talked about burning Qurans and licensing press credentials.
He's shifting the Overton window.
I'm surprised you know what that thing is.
I do.
He's opening it and throwing union organizers out of it.
Stop chicken littling us.
Stop being a dirty little pixie and whispering swastikas in Dad's ear.
The show looms large in the lives of the Murdoch children as both a cautionary tale and, it seems, a playbook.
The weirdest thing about reporting this story was that I would say, that sounds really familiar. Like, are you sure this hasn't been published somewhere else? And then I would realize that it was a plot line in Succession. And James claims that he's never watched the show beyond the first episode. He found it too painful. But the Murdochs in general are obsessed with this show. And James and Catherine believed that Liz had leaked to the writers.
Sad.
That she didn't. but
I guess I
suspected that
only
her
lost one
husband,
map
Matthew
with,
Freud,
like, a
had
little bit
leaked
of
to the
stuff
writers.
on it.
Matthew Freud had offered
What's
his
the
services
timing
to
on it is
Jesse
the
Armstrong, the
question. How
creator of
long are you
Succession,
guys
but
down
Jesse
for?
Armstrong claims that he turned him down.
And you said it seemed to induce higher levels of paranoia in the family.
Rupert sees that on screen, various kids are
15
plotting
whole
against
minutes?
him,
Oh
and he
no.
somehow becomes
Oh
convinced
no.
that his real life
What
kids
will I
are maneuvering
do?
against him. It kind of reminds me that, the real life mafia started taking cues from the Godfather movies once they became so popular.
Didn't Logan Roy in the show inspire his daughters to make post-Rupert plans?
Yes, actually, spoiler. alert. Liz apparently watched the episode in the final season of Succession where Logan Roy dies. And in the show, the family is caught off guard. And it occurred to Liz that the real life Murdochs didn't have a plan either. And so she actually asked the managing director for her in the trust to draft potential funeral plans for Rupert and who would announce the death and who would make a statement and how they would communicate, etc. Meanwhile, Rupert and Lachlan, when they found out about this, saw it as evidence that James and his sisters were plotting a coup. This actually became a major subject of debate in the litigation over the trust. And it all started with an episode of Succession.
And so they tried to stop it with the change in the trust. It failed in December of 2024, pending appeal. Did you get any glimpse of how James and his siblings might use their power once Rupert is gone?
This was the thing that, frankly, James was most cagey about because it was this subject of active litigation, right? But I did get glimpses. And specifically when it comes to Fox News, James believes that this network has become the menace to democracy. Now, again, he says that doesn't mean it can't report from a center-right perspective, but it should be run by professional news executives who care about the truth. Some examples he gave is Fox News should not be putting a shill for the oil companies on air and presenting him as an expert on climate change. And certainly they should not be advancing the idea that an election was stolen when all evidence is to the contrary. These things to him just taint the rest of the media outlets that are owned by them. Remember, this media empire also owns the Wall Street Journal, which is a credible newspaper. They own the Times of London, another credible newspaper in the British media landscape. HarperCollins. It's clear that he and his sisters want major changes to happen. They would reject the idea that they're plotting any kind of coup against Lachlan, but if nothing changes and it comes down to there are only 4 people who can decide the fate of this empire and 3 of them see things one way and 1 of them sees things the other, it's easy to do the math.
Well, I guess that's democracy. Do you have thoughts about what it would mean if Fox were to change?
Fox News has been probably the most influential news outlet in America on the right in the last 2 decades. So if Fox News changed, it could dramatically change the political and media landscape of this country. Though you could also make the case that at this point, Fox News has inspired so many imitators that there are plenty of other outlets that would be happy to fill that void.
You know, you've noted that James is the literary type, and he told you that he'd reread the memoirs of Hadrian. He said, I hate to use Roman emperors as a metaphor because it's totally douchey, but he came across a passage about a dying ruler in search of an heir, and he said that he finally understood something about his dad.
Yeah. So Hadrian, his imperial predecessor, is refusing to face his end. And this is what it says. We were too different for him to find in me what most people who have wielded total authority seek desperately on their deathbeds, a docile successor pledged in advance to the same methods and even to the same errors.
McKay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
McKay Coppins is a staff writer at The Atlantic. I spoke to him in May. Thanks for listening to the Midweek Podcast. This week, tune in for The Big Show, where I talk to the New Yorker's Emily Nussbaum about Molly Goldberg, a true media innovator, a Lucille Ball before Lucille Ball. But even more so, it's about the battles she fought over politics and art and how they resonate today. See you then. I'm Brooke Gladstone.
It's the Brian Lehrer Show on WNYC. Good morning, everyone. Today we'll hear from leaders of two relief organizations who have been struggling to save lives in Gaza, Doctors Without Borders and Mercy Corps. Can President Trump's acknowledgement of the starvation make a difference to the short or long-term situation? We'll also hear about the Trump EPA's new reported policy toward climate change, not regulating greenhouse gas emissions at all. At all. You heard that right. We'll hear from food politics expert Marion Nessel on a new way the government may confuse you into getting diabetes. But we'll begin with the latest that we know about the mass shooting at the Blackstone building at Park Avenue and 52nd Street in Midtown last night around 6:30. New York City police officer Didarul Islam was killed. 3 bystanders were killed. And police say the gunman, identified as 27-year-old Shane Tamura, took his own life. One development this morning, he apparently left a note blaming the NFL for having the brain injury known as CTE. Police say that he had played high school football, also that he had what they called a mental health history. Mayor Adams says Tamura was trying to get to the office of NFL headquarters, which is on the 33rd floor of that building, but got an elevator that didn't stop at that floor. With us now, WNYC and Gothamist reporter Brittany Krigstein. She is on the scene. Hi, Brittany. What an awful story to have to report. Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely, Brian. Thank you for having me. This is really just a heartbreaking development here in Midtown.
What's it like there right now?
So things are in one part business as usual. You have a lot of folks in suits going to work, but you also have this really eerie scene outside the building, 345 Park Avenue. Police officers are stationed outside the door, and you can actually see bullet holes and shattered glass just inside. You have press from all over the city and probably some national outlets as well here at the scene reporting. And you have some people stopping by to videotape or pay their respects, kind of hanging their heads, I would say. And the flags here are at half-mast, so obviously this square block is in mourning, but of course life goes on elsewhere.
Yeah. And by the way, listeners, I don't know if we'll take any calls on this as opposed to just filling you in on the details, but if you were one of the many people in that Manhattan skyscraper last night or can help report the story in any way, you can call in or text 212-433-WNYC, or maybe if anyone else has a question, as details are still emerging, and we always say in these situations that sometimes the early reports turn out to be wrong on some of the details. So questions welcome, as well as any of you who may have been there. 212-433-WNYC, 212-433-9692. Brittany, because this just happened last evening and many people may even be hearing this for the first time, can you walk us very briefly through the timeline of what actually occurred?
Sure. So this happened just before 6:30 p.m. last night. Police are saying that Shane Tamura got out of a black BMW that was double parked on Park Avenue between East 51st and 52nd Streets. That was his car, they say. And he was wielding an M4 assault rifle, according to the NYPD commissioner, Jessica Tisch. Surveillance footage then showed him entering the building, 345 Park Avenue. He immediately shot the police officer in the lobby, which we now know was Officer Islam. And then he went on to shoot and kill a security guard and a woman who took cover behind a pillar in the lobby. He shot and critically injured another man before taking the elevator to the 33rd floor. There he shot and killed another woman before shooting himself in the chest, police say. So that was 4 people killed, the 5th being our shooter, and then 1 person is in critical condition currently.
I'm also seeing reports that a Blackstone executive was one of the victims, and they've identified that person now. Is that correct?
That's right. We're just learning that this morning. The company is saying that woman is Wesley LePatner. She was one of those who were shot at some point during the incident. We're not sure if that was in the lobby or upstairs. And she was highly regarded at the company, as they called her a brilliant, passionate, warm, and generous person. deeply respected within the firm and beyond, that embodies the best of Blackstone. She has a husband and children, so the company says they are just praying for her family. And she was a high-ranking executive. More details are obviously emerging as we speak, but that was one of the victims identified early this morning.
And I just want to mention that the murdered police officer being hailed as a hero and whose wife, we are told, is currently pregnant with their third child, that hero-slain police officer was an immigrant from Bangladesh whose last name was Islam. When an individual immigrant commits a crime, many news outlets point out their immigrant status, especially if they're undocumented, even though statistics indicate that immigrants, including undocumented ones, commit crime at a lower rate than people born here, and singling out the immigrant status of individual criminals makes it seem like immigrants are a risk overall. We never hear the news say after a crime, and the suspect was born and raised in the United States, even though that's true in the large majority of cases. So we should start doing that as maybe a corrective, but the least we can do this morning is highlight that the hero cop in this incident was an immigrant from Bangladesh named Islam. And what about
Absolutely.
the shooter? Brittany, you could say something about that if you want.
Absolutely. So what we know so far is that the shooter, a 27-year-old Shane Tamura, that he traveled across the country in his car over the weekend from Las Vegas, Nevada, where police say he lives. He arrived here in New York City, parked the car, and then carried out this attack. It's unclear exactly what his ties are to this specific building or to New York.
Hey,
besides
Jane Leo.
that note that police were talking about,
Going good.
just detailing his history with CTE, his mental illness, which they say he did have a history in Las Vegas, but they haven't gone into details about that yet. And police searched his car and found other items in there, a rifle case, loaded gun, ammunition, magazines, a backpack, and some medication that was prescribed to him. Unclear exactly what it was. So, of course, more details will be coming out. The only thing he really has on social media that I've seen at this point is a video from his high school football team, which actually figures somewhat prominently now in the case, now that we hear what his potential motive, of course, it's still early in the investigation, but if his potential motive was football related, that video does suggest some sort of history there.
Right, and here's a 20-second clip of Mayor Adams on that on MSNBC this morning.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL agency that was located in the building, and we're going to continue to investigate with our federal partners to ensure that we can find a reason.
So can you tell us anything more about that? I know you're not a CTE expert, but that is a kind of brain injury that sometimes professional football players suffer from. And my understanding is that CTE, whatever the symptoms may be, can't actually be diagnosed until after death.
That's all very possible. CTE, it stands for chronic traumatic encephalopathy. It's a hard one to say, commonly abbreviated as CTE, and it's just from repeated trauma playing a game like football. Other professional athletes have reportedly suffered from this, but it's just unclear from what we know now about Tamura's potential mental health history. We don't know much, so it's just really hard to say what could have been the ties there to CTE, especially since he was not a professional athlete. You know, he played football in high school, so it's just unclear really how he experienced these effects, if he experienced these effects, and what really motivated him to come all the way here and carry out this horrific attack.
Right. So that's just a lot of what we don't know. CTE might have contributed to mental health problems, which contributed to this shooting, or he might have had mental health problems that made him imagine that he had CTE, or none of the above. I think we just need to say that's all unclear right now. But that video and a note that he left seemed to indicate at least some of what was going on through his mind. And you said that he drove his BMW, he had a BMW, from Nevada, from Las Vegas, all the way to New York City to do this?
That's what police are saying, that his car passed through several states on its way here over the weekend, including New Jersey just about 2 hours before the attack. And since they are sure at this point that he acted alone, they're concluding that, yes, he drove his own car here. The car was registered to him. And he also had a licensed gun. This is something that we're also learning. The gun that he used was apparently licensed to him in his home state. So that's obviously something else we're going to be unpacking over the next several days and weeks.
Yeah, and here's a text from a listener who asks, how on earth did he get that kind of rifle, suggesting that if he had a mental health history that had been documented, would that not have prevented him under Nevada law and policy? I guess it's too early to know the answer to that, right?
Right. Just too early to know. Obviously, that is the question on so many people's minds this morning.
Kathleen in Harlem, you're on WNYC. Hi, Kathleen. Kathleen, you there? Kathleen in Harlem once, Kathleen in Harlem twice. Well, I'm going to summarize what our screener told me Kathleen's question was. Kathleen said she's concerned about the wife of the slain police officer, Officer Islam. What's going to happen to her? The caller wanted to know, with her expecting a baby and already having 2 children. And again, I know you're just covering this breaking news. I don't know if you know all of NYPD policy, city policy, with respect to the family of slain police officers, but any indication that you know about what's going to happen to her and how she would get taken care of?
Yes. Unfortunately, I have covered police officers dying in the line of duty in the past, and what I can say is that there is a vast support network for those families. They get a lot of support from the NYPD, I believe, financially, emotionally, and everything else. And I actually saw reports this morning that an outpouring of community came to the officer's home. I believe he lives in the Bronx. That was the precinct where he worked in the 4-7. And members of the Bangladeshi community were there bringing food, just sharing stories about his life and talking about, you know, what an inspiration he was. So I imagine that that community will be coming together in a big way to support this family as they deal with this unimaginable loss.
Here's Jonathan in Manhattan calling in, who says he's a neurologist who does brain injury rehab and knows some things about CTE. Jonathan, thank you for calling in. You're on WNYC.
Thank you, Brian. Long time, first time. Yeah, I'm a neurologist, Dr. Fellis, and not only do I treat a lot of traumatic brain injury and rehabilitation, but I also treat a lot of former NFL players currently. So, yeah, unfortunately, his behavior is, you know, not at all unexpected, you know, that kind of impulsivity, or what we say disinhibition, you know, acting without considering consequences. And, you know, I think it's just important to raise awareness. It doesn't take a whole lot of brain injuries to cause that. And obviously we can't know for sure. Your guest says that, of course, the only way to diagnose it is at autopsy. But I think we're getting also better imaging techniques now that we can hint at it. We can test for certain these proteins that accumulate in the brain, and there's better testing for that now. And that, you know, is something called tau, and it's consistent with what we see on autopsy.
So listener asks a question that maybe you can answer, Jonathan. This text says, will they do an autopsy on the shooter since CTE can only be diagnosed after death?
In my opinion, it's very likely. I mean, you know, this is obviously it's a murder, right? So they're going to gather information, and it would absolutely be reasonable. I think the public wants to know, and science wants to know. And you know, there's a famous brain bank up in Boston. Dr. Ann McKee keeps. You know, there's a lot of these players, right, who donate their brains. So that we can understand more, you know, how much CTE is associated with what degree of change. And of course, you know, let's be frank, we don't know that he could have had mental illness separate and apart from brain injury. Let's not, you know, rush to conclusions, but, you know, just raising the discussion, I think, is super important for the public.
Yeah. Can someone get CTE just from high school football?
Yes, absolutely. There's plenty of evidence of that already. Yes, look, it's less common these days, but from his age, sure, because it's all of the practice, collisions that occur, and high speed, and you just don't need, if you're going full force, right, in practices and games for even a few years. Absolutely. There is plenty of documentation for that.
It does seem to me, I'll keep you on, I appreciate your call, for one more question. It does seem to me that a few years ago, there was a lot of focus on this particular type of injury becoming as common as it was among NFL players in particular. And, there was even a lot of talk of, well, gee, maybe pro football is going to fade as a spectator sport in the United States because more parents won't want their kids playing football, and then that'll trickle up, and the whole thing would, wind up with a stigma. But I think the opposite has happened. We see I think the stat is out of the 100 most watched television shows last year, 93 of them were NFL games. So I'm just curious if you followed this trajectory at all, and you're surprised about how much this has ceased to become a topic around pro football.
I do follow it, and I'm torn, as a professional versus as just a
human.
Spectator. A human, thank you. It does go in cycle. Look, I think the NFL, from what I understand, has done a lot to mitigate on the side of early injury, early contact, and reducing the amount of contact that goes on in practices at younger ages. So they're sort of saving themselves for games. I mean, the research is ongoing. People are always going to make, look, as humans, right, it's a free country. We can all make decisions every day that cause self-harm. And this is just, out in the open, right? It's public and it's a spectator sport, and and people are profiting from it. And this is the way the world is, unfortunately. People make bad decisions every day that cause self-injury.
Doctor, we really appreciate you calling in. Thank you very much. And again, we should say that we don't really know if the shooter in this case had CTE, if it was caused by his high school football history, but it does seem that he had this in his head when he came to the building where the NFL headquarters are in Midtown yesterday and committed this mass murder. Brittany, and back to our reporter, Brittany Krickstein, on the scene at 52nd and Park. We have a text that asks, how did the shooter escape notice? Because the surveillance footage clearly shows him walking with a gun, a big gun. Did no one see this? How could that not be noticed? Writes a listener.
Yes, that is such a good question, and obviously still being unpacked. This is a very busy area of Midtown Manhattan. It would be crazy to see somebody walking down the street with a gun like that. But what I can tell you is that once he entered the building, he acted very quickly, shooting that police officer and shooting the security guard, which Mayor Adams said this morning was key because the elevator in the building was apparently set up so that the security guard could stop it if he saw any harm or any issues. But he had been killed very quickly, so he wasn't able to take that security step, and that's how the shooter, according to the mayor, gained access to the elevator. So this building, it's important to note, did have some other security measures in place. The mayor was talking about bulletproof rooms that some of the employees could take shelter in, that apparently they did. Maybe that saved some more lives. But as far as how the shooter got from his vehicle to the front door of the building without being stopped is really a huge question that we're going to be wondering about, and hopefully some more information comes of it.
So before you go, my understanding is that part of Park Avenue is open again. Is the scene, at least outside the building, now pretty typical for a very hot Midtown morning? And are people who work in that building, which has, many companies, how tall is that skyscraper? Are people going to work?
Yeah, so it's yes, in some ways it's a typical scene. You have cars passing by on the street, of course, but not going into the building. It doesn't seem like anybody is working from there today. I'm sure police are continuing to investigate. I see a sniffing dog here. I see officers stationed outside, and the glass in the front of the building is shattered. Not only is that a safety hazard, but of course, it's incredibly traumatic for some of these employees to go back to work after what happened here in this building. So I imagine that some of the companies are dealing with that, maybe urging people to work from home or seek some counseling today. Obviously, Manhattan is busy. People are passing by here on the sidewalk, some wondering what's happening as tons of reporters, maybe dozens of reporters, are sitting out here doing our live shots, respectively updating our readers and listeners and viewers. So it's a difficult morning to be out here, but everyone is doing their jobs.
As are you, and we appreciate your reporting on this. Probably emotionally difficult just to be at that scene and report this kind of story. WNYC and Gothamist breaking news reporter Brittany Kriegstein, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian.
Brian Lehrer on WNYC. Here's a new way the government may confuse you into getting diabetes. President Trump and Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. are praising the announcement by the Coca-Cola Company that they will start using more cane sugar and less high fructose corn syrup. Trump explicitly pushed for the change. We'll explain why. We'll talk to the Dean, the Queen, perhaps the greatest of all time, on the intersection of public health and U.S. food politics, Marion Nestle. In just a minute, I'll just mention that the Coca-Cola CEO, James Quincy, announcing the move to U.S.-produced cane sugar, acknowledged that the Trump administration
I prefer corn
in the decision. Marion Nestle, professor of nutrition, food studies, and public health emerita at NYU, and the author of many books, including the forthcoming What to Eat Now, the indispensable guide to good food, how to find it, and why it matters. Joins us now. Her website is foodpolitics.com. She has been on the show many times, going back to at least her classic book, Food Politics, in 2004. And I suspect that wasn't the first time, but my database doesn't go back any further than that. Marion, always great to have you, and thank you for all the education and enlightenment you've given our listeners over the years. Welcome back to WNYC.
Thanks, and thanks for the lovely introduction.
What is high fructose corn syrup?
It's a sweetener produced from corn starch. You take corn starch and treat it with enzymes to turn it into glucose, and then you take more enzymes and turn some of that glucose into fructose, and you have a liquid sweetener that resembles cane or beet sugar, sucrose, because both of them have glucose and fructose in slightly different proportions, but I don't think meaningfully different.
Why the tag high fructose? What does high mean?
Well, it actually means lower sometimes than the amount that's in table sugar. Table sugar is 50% glucose and 50% fructose. High fructose corn syrup can be as high as 55% fructose. But that's pretty much maybe a little bit higher, but that's usually as high as it gets. So the difference isn't very great.
When did it start being used in a widespread way in this country, and why?
Well, for one thing, it was a lot cheaper. At the time that it started being used in the early 1980s, the cost of high fructose corn syrup was about a third of the cost of table sugar. And companies quickly discovered that they could substitute it for cane or beet sugar in Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola, and nobody would know the difference because, they're both glucose and fructose and pretty much the same amounts. So they started using it for cost purposes, and also because high fructose corn syrup dissolves better in liquids. It's liquid, so it has some properties that make it a little bit better to use. But nobody could tell the difference, so it used it. And then high fructose corn syrup started getting put into absolutely every food on the market it kind of kicked off the development of ultra processed foods because it was cheap. We subsidize corn in the United States. That ends up making it cheaper, largely because farmers produce so much of it. And although the price differential has changed, it's smaller now that we use half the corn supply for ethanol. That's raised the price of high fructose corn syrup a little bit. But it's in the food supply, it's everywhere. It became a marker of junk food.
Why would the government have subsidized the production of high fructose corn syrup if it's going into highly profitable products that private industry is making?
Well, you have to understand that it's only a tiny fraction of what the government subsidizes. If you look at the corn supply in the United States, which is something like 12 billion bushels, a completely unimaginable amount, nearly half goes to feed animals. Half or more goes to produce ethanol for automobiles, and don't let me get started on that one, leaving a tiny fraction of corn for food for people. Corn on the cob is practically a rounding error in the corn supply. Very little of it is used to feed people, and somewhere on the order of less than 10% goes either for corn on the cob or for corn ingredients. And I believe that high fructose corn syrup is on the order of just a couple of percent of what's made. So the subsidies are going to the corn producers that are feeding animals and fueling automobiles. That's where the money's going.
And I guess as kind of a tangent, it's an indicator of how environmentally inefficient eating beef or dairy products is, right? If we're growing a lot of agricultural food, if we're growing a lot of corn in particular to feed the animals instead of just growing a lot of food directly to feed the people, then there's this extra step that results in a lot more farming, a lot more emissions, etc.
Absolutely. And that's why beef is considered to be the single food component that generates the most greenhouse gases. It's not only because cows burp methane, it's also because they eat a lot and their feed is no longer grass. It's corn and soybeans. We subsidize corn and soybean production, and this keeps the cost of the feed for animals. And these days, the cost of fuel for automobiles down to a level that people are willing to pay.
So now that we've said a lot of pretty bad things about high fructose corn syrup, you wrote on your website, foodpolitics.com, that this change that President Trump wanted and Coca-Cola has now accepted to some degree to more Coke products with cane sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup, that the difference is, quote, nutritionally hilarious. Now, I know you don't think it's funny from a public health standpoint, but why is it nutritionally hilarious?
Because they're basically the same biochemically, and they have the same physiological effect in the body. They've got the same calories. It's still 39 grams of one kind of sugar or another in a 12-ounce Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola makes a cane sugar product in Mexico. It's sold in the United States.
I say this all the time. It's like
they will now make a cane sugar option for people in the United States and make that available. I bet it'll cost more. But if that's
anyone
what
who
people
cares
want,
about
that's
sugar
fine.
versus
But from
corn
a
syrup
biochemical
doesn't
and
know what they're
physiological
talking about.
standpoint, these things are
It's the same.
Listener asks in a text, I had always been told that your body metabolizes high fructose corn syrup differently from cane sugar. Is there any truth to that?
Wrong.
How could it? High fructose corn syrup is glucose and fructose. Cane sugar is glucose and fructose. What kind of difference could there be? The only difference could be if there was vastly more fructose in high fructose corn syrup. There's some more, but not vastly more. And then fructose is metabolized in the liver, but the fructose that comes from cane sugar is also metabolized in the liver. So it doesn't make any sense to me to think that these are substantially different.
And listeners, we can take more texts and phone calls for the Dean, the Queen, maybe the greatest of all time when it comes to the intersection of nutrition and national politics. Marion Nessel at foodpolitics.com, 212-433-WNYC, 212-433-9692, with this announcement that Coca-Cola is going to move away from as much high fructose corn syrup and more to cane sugar in its Coca-Cola drinks at the behest of President Trump. Now, one person who apparently does think there's a difference between the two is Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. We should say, in fairness, that he is not for sugary drinks in general, but he seems to think cane sugar is less unhealthy. Here's one little clip of him.
High fructose corn syrup. That is poison.
And here's another one.
If you're going to drink Coca-Cola, drink a Mexican Coke.
Because, Marion, Mexican Coke has been made with cane sugar all along?
Oh, yeah, all along. And again, I'll say that I don't see any difference. Both of these have calories. It's still going to be 39 grams of sugar in a 12-ounce Coca-Cola. And Coca-Cola hasn't said it's going to substitute. All it said is that it's going to produce a cane sugar supplemented Coca-Cola for the United States market. So
in other words, both versions will be available.
Both versions will be available. You get your choice.
And those clips of RFK Jr. were from the show The Breakfast Club in 2023, to give that credit where credit is due. But here's Kennedy again in another clip making a more blanket judgment about sweetened beverages.
Why are we paying for sugar drinks that are poisoning our kids and giving them diabetes? If you want a Coke, God bless you, go get one. But the taxpayer should not be paying that in a nutrition program.
And that was Kennedy from this year as HHS Secretary in a news conference. So does that leave you confused, Marion, about where he is and where, therefore, U.S. policy is on this issue?
Well, it's confusing. It certainly is confusing. His last comment was made with respect to the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, as part of an effort to control what SNAP recipients can buy with their electronic benefit cards. And there are now several states that have said that they cannot buy sugar-sweetened beverages with the SNAP cards. And other states are thinking about it. And the Department of Agriculture, which has for years and years and years refused to allow pilot projects of cutting sodas out of SNAP, is now allowing them and encouraging states to do this. So on the one hand, they're encouraging restrictions on sugar-sweetened beverages. And by the way, cutting down on sugar-sweetened beverages is a really good idea. I'm all for it. It's the first thing you do if you're trying to control your weight, because they have sugars and calories and no other nutritional benefit. And whether this burden should fall on SNAP recipients rather than everybody else in the country is something we can all argue about. I think it's arguable. But the message is very confusing. On the one hand, it's turning Coca-Cola with cane sugar into a health food because it's supposedly healthier than high fructose corn syrup. One of the political things here that just has me completely baffled is why they aren't talking about beet sugar. Beet sugar is just the same as cane sugar, and half our sugar supply is beet sugar. So somebody explained to me that the major owner of cane sugar in the United States, the Fanjul family, are friends of Trump's, and that's why he's talking about cane sugar. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Well, do you think that President Trump, by explicitly posting that this is better, he used the word better, is risking contributing to rising obesity or diabetes or other health problem rates in this country by confusing people into thinking that this is less unhealthy.
That cane sugar isn't, all of a sudden Coca-Cola is a health food because it's made with cane sugar? I don't think so. It's a boon for Coca-Cola because I think people will be confused. They'll think, oh, I'll drink Coca-Cola, the Mexican type Coca-Cola, and I'll be healthier. I don't think so. These high fructose corn syrup has just the same number of calories as, or cane sugar has just the same number of calories as high fructose corn syrup does. And these are basically equivalent. And that's why I said it was nutritionally hilarious.
We have a number of callers and texters who did, at least previously, and maybe they still do, even after hearing you, think that high fructose corn syrup is nutritionally worse. We're going to get to our next caller on that in a minute.
Same problem.
But just explain what the Trump politics of this are to the best of your understanding. Why did President Trump want Coca-Cola, pressure Coca-Cola to start using more cane sugar and less high fructose corn syrup?
Well, again, one of my informants said is because he talked to the Fonholes and they are, they think they make cane sugar and they want to get an edge on this. The people who are losing on this are the corn refiners, and they're represented by the Corn Refiners Association, which is extremely upset about this. And a statement from them said, this doesn't make any scientific sense. It's not about science, it's about politics. I think it is. I'm not in favor of high fructose corn syrup. It's a marker of junk food. There it is. But physiologically and biochemically, it doesn't make any sense to make a really big deal out of it. The environmental implications may be much greater for high fructose corn syrup because of the enormous amount of corn that's grown to feed animals and fuel automobiles, as we've already discussed. And for that reason, cane sugar may be better, but there are all kinds of problems with cane sugar that have to do with the treatment of workers and the way the land is treated and all of the other kinds of environmental problems that come with the pollution of water that come with growing sugar cane. And sugar beets, if you want to substitute those are genetically modified if anybody cares. But all of these
People
are problematic
are also
in one way or
idiots.
another, and everybody would be healthier eating less of any of them.
And I guess apparently the question of whether high fructose corn syrup is more unhealthy than cane sugar even divides married couples talking at their dinner table. Apparently, Herb in Greenwich Village is a member of one such couple. Herb, you're on WNYC. Hello.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for taking my call. Yes, my wife and I, my wife was leading the charge against high fructose corn syrup, and I followed along. But then I got curious about it. I'm not a biochemist, but I do have a background in science. I understand what I'm reading. And this is my understanding, which I think should clear some confusion. I'm going to get a little technical, not too much. Sucrose. People may say, oh, sucrose is not the same. We don't agree with your guess. Sucrose is sucrose, and fructose and glucose are different sugars. Well, not so fast. Sucrose is a disaccharide, and that means that it's two monosaccharides that are chemically bonded. Those two monosaccharides are fructose and glucose. When your digestive system enzymes process sucrose, it breaks the bond, and you now have one glucose and one fructose. In other words, your body has taken the cane sugar, the sucrose, and transformed it into high fructose corn syrup. So somebody disabuse me if I'm misunderstanding this, but am I missing something here? There is no chemical difference after your enzymes attack the sucrose.
Herb, I'm going to leave it there. Well, it sounds like he's agreeing with you, Marion.
That's why it's nutritionally hilarious. And I would say that split of sucrose into glucose and fructose happens almost immediately. as soon as you eat it. It starts in the mouth and it just keeps going. It's by the time you've got it, you've got glucose and fructose. Everybody would be healthier eating less of any kind of sugar.
But a couple of more texts indicate how many people have been told that high fructose corn syrup is worse for one reason or another. Listener writes, isn't high fructose corn syrup higher on the glycemic index? My dad was a macaroon baker and also said it was the cheapest, least healthy form. So they're from somebody in the baking industry. And another listener writes, my mom, the dietitian, would say it's better generally not to consume processed foods, so she'd choose cane sugar over high fructose corn syrup.
They're both processed. Certainly, high fructose corn syrup is processed more. I would agree with that. And I don't know, sugars are sugars. We'd all be better off eating less of them. I sure like them, though.
Diana in Manhattan wants us to make sure to get to at least one more stat before we end this segment. Diana, you're on WNYC with Mary and Nessel. Hi there.
Hi. Can you please tell everybody that there are 10 teaspoons of sugar in one can of Coke? Isn't that shocking and horrifying?
And another way to say it, I was looking coincidentally at a bottle of ginger ale the other day, one of those 20-ounce bottles that they sell, as if they're an individual serving. And I saw that it had 103% of the sugars in the Food and Drug Administration's recommended daily allowance. 103% in one bottle, meant to be one serving. It says multiple servings, but generally people, buy those bottles as to drink on the spot.
Yeah, that 39 grams of sugar or high fructose corn syrup that's in a Coca-Cola is comes to 10 teaspoons in a 12-ounce Coke. It's pretty impressive.
Can you, before you go, give us any quick take, if you have one, on the direction of the Food and Drug Administration generally under the Trump administration and the new FDA commissioner, Marty Makary? The Times had a story that I think you reposted about the dismantling of the FDA, and yet you have RFK Jr., who, makes a case over recent years that he's very interested in going after various kinds of processed foods for how unhealthy they are. So on the food side of the Food and Drug Administration, are you seeing anything that you want to comment on?
Yeah, Kennedy has made a lot of statements about what he intends to do and for what reason. The food industry is poisoning us. We want to get rid of conflicts of interest in the FDA. His actions so far have been to remove artificial color dyes, to get companies to voluntarily agree to remove the color dyes. Terrific, it's about time. And also to close the generally recognized as safe loophole, which allows food companies to determine whether the additives they're putting in the food supply are safe. Those are two very good things that food advocates have been advocating for a very long time. But we don't actually know what Kennedy has in mind, because we have not yet seen the second Make America Healthy Again report, which is supposed to come out sometime in August, I'm told, and will announce what the department's regulatory agenda is going to be. And until we see that, we don't really know what they're going to do. The second document that I'm waiting breathlessly for is what Kennedy and Brooke Rollins, who's the head of USDA, have said will be a revised, much simpler, streamlined version of the dietary guidelines for Americans that everybody can understand. It will be 4 or 5 pages. It won't pay any attention to what the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee said. And I'm eager to see what it does say. I mean, I can make some predictions about it, but those are purely speculative. The one really worrying thing about the FDA is the statement that they're now going to ignore science. and pay attention to people's anecdotal evidence about how food makes them feel. Those are data points, Martin Macri has said. We're going to pay attention to them, and we're going to take them as seriously as we take real science. Well, one of the purpose of science is to try to determine, what's really going on with food and health, something that is extremely difficult to do. And I'm not sure that having more anecdotal evidence is going to be helpful in this respect. But we have to wait and see.
This was going to be the end of the segment, but I can't resist to take a call from Gary in Montville, who's identifying himself as a biochemist and asking about another sweetener that may be nutritionally better. Gary, you're on WNYC with Marion Nessel. Hello.
Hello. So, yes, I'm a biochemist, and I'm a chemistry professor at a college. And the pathways, when I studied them, indicated that sorbitol bypassed the number of the pathways that contribute to diabetes. And I've always wondered why we don't shift to a sweetener like sorbitol.
Thank you. Sorbitol, Marion.
Yeah, we don't do that because sugar alcohols aren't digested. They go to the large intestine, and the microbiome loves them and produces gas and other kinds of problems, so that they cause digestive difficulties in a lot of people. In small quantities, they seem fine. In large quantities and substituting for sugar, they cause a lot of problems, and that's why they're not used. Although companies are, the holy grail of the food industry is to find a sweetener that doesn't have any calories and doesn't cause any side effects. They're still looking for it.
And so,
I prefer sugar.
You prefer sugar? Because the listener texts, and this will be our last question, how much better is Diet Coke versus regular?
Oh, good question. One of my food rules is never to eat anything artificial. So artificial sweeteners are off my radar.
Because?
Sorry. There's enough evidence floating around that they're not good for health. How bad they are is arguable, but there's very, very little evidence that they make healthy people healthier.
Marion Nessel, Professor of Nutrition, Food Studies, and Public Health Emerita at NYU, is the author of many books, including the forthcoming What to Eat Now, the indispensable guide to good food, how to find it, and why it matters. Please come back when your book comes out.
I'd love to.
Brian Lehrer on WNYC. More to come. Brian Lehrer on WNYC as we continue with the Health and Climate Tuesdays section of the show. We were obviously just talking about public health in the context of the new cane sugar switch for some Coke products at the request of the Trump administration. Now, we'll talk about a major development in U.S. climate policy. The Environmental Protection Agency is drafting a proposal. Brian Lehrer on WNYC. Here's a new way the government may confuse you into getting diabetes. President Trump and Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. are praising the announcement by the Coca-Cola Company that they will start using more cane sugar and less high fructose corn syrup. Trump explicitly pushed for the change. We'll explain why. We'll talk to the dean. Proposal to rescind its landmark 2009 endangerment finding, as it's called, which concluded that greenhouse gas emissions endanger public health and welfare. That finding has been the legal foundation for regulating emissions from vehicles, power plants, and other major sources of pollution under the Clean Air Act. This report comes from the Washington Post, among others, who cite sources in advance of a formal announcement, which we're told could come today. If the proposal goes forward, it could dismantle many of the country's existing climate rules and call into question whether the federal government will continue regulating greenhouse gas emissions at all. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin and the Trump administration argue the original finding is outdated, too costly, and was never explicitly required by Congress as part of the Clean Air Act. But climate scientists and environmental advocates call this a dangerous rollback that ignores overwhelming evidence about the risks of climate change. Washington Post climate and environment enterprise reporter Jake Spring is on this story, and he joins us to explain what's at stake and how this fits into the administration's broader deregulation push. Jake, thanks for coming on today. Welcome back to WNYC.
Hi, Brian. Thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
First, can you explain the 2009 endangerment finding under the Clean Air Act? What was that?
The endangerment finding basically found that greenhouse gases endanger human health and welfare and therefore can be regulated as pollutants under the Clean Air Act. And this finding was in response to a 2007 Supreme Court ruling that said the EPA can regulate things as pollutants if they find they endanger public health and welfare. So the EPA went out and wrote this policy, and this formed the basis of their climate policies going forward since 2009.
Yeah, and going back to that 2007 Supreme Court ruling, that was really interesting at the time because the industry was arguing that the Clean Air Act doesn't cover greenhouse gas emissions because they're not pollution in the traditional sense, right? If you have a smokestack that's spewing toxics into the air at ground level and it's causing people to have asthma or other problems, that's what the Clean Air Act was meant for. Things that go up into the atmosphere and have some global impact on the atmosphere. That's not what the Clean Air Act was for. I mean, that was the issue, right?
Environmentalists will argue that the Clean Air Act is meant for that, but people on the other side are certainly arguing that that was not on Congress's mind when they passed the Clean Air Act. They were thinking of things like mercury and sulfur dioxide that if you breathe in directly harm you. With climate change, it's a little more indirect, but people are saying, the evidence is mounting. Carbon dioxide goes in the atmosphere, warms the atmosphere, causes more extreme weather events, and these are causing people to lose their lives. So even if it's indirect, the argument is it still is affecting human health and welfare, and the Clean Air Act should regulate.
So back then, the EPA found that it was under its purview to start dealing with greenhouse gas emissions. Now, according to your sources, the EPA under President Trump will stop doing that. What have you been told?
Yeah, so sources who have seen a draft have said that the Trump EPA will basically attack the endangerment finding on the grounds that the policy implications weren't adequately thought out, the big costs to the economy, the feasibility, and they'll attack the legal basis, this idea that Congress never mandated it and the Clean Air Act doesn't say it. The draft they had seen largely did not address scientific concerns, which environmentalists say are irrefutable, and the policy itself, when it comes out, which we're hearing could be as soon as today, we'll see how they address the science, and if they try to say that climate change either is not as bad as we thought, or otherwise deny the issue. But that's what sources have said. We'll see what comes out when they do the final proposal.
So is it that they want to remove greenhouse gas regulation from the Environmental Protection Agency and put it in a different agency, or is it that they want to stop regulating greenhouse gases in any way at all?
At least for EPA, they want to stop regulating greenhouse gases at all. We've seen policies out of the Department of Energy also promoting things like coal power. So, if you reading into that, I think you can see that there's not a concern over emissions. And the administration has really spoken a lot about how they're concerned about generating more energy. And at least for the Department of Energy stuff, it's about that, and they're less concerned about climate. And the Energy Secretary has said that directly, he recognizes climate change is real, but energy poverty, that's a bigger concern than climate change.
And yet they're trying to attack the wind power industry. So they're trying to remove or diminish at least one growing source of energy in this country, to the benefit of the fossil fuel industry as a percentage of the market, aren't they?
Correct. I mean, all offshore wind projects that are not already under construction, approvals have been halted. They put additional layers of scrutiny on that. That is only mostly applies to projects on federal land or in federal waters. Projects on private land can largely still go ahead. That said, in Donald Trump's signature One Beautiful Bill, they've also rolled back the tax credits for wind and solar, which is also making it a little bit less economical to do these projects. So you have seen a broad effort to kind of limit renewables and boost oil and gas.
Listeners, any questions or comments for Washington Post climate and environment enterprise reporter Jake Spring, who's covering the draft proposal that sources have shared with him that's not been officially announced yet, but again, we're told that this could come today, to remove greenhouse gas emissions from the purview of the EPA at all in terms of regulating them. 212-433 WNYC, 212-433-9692. Call or text. What are the main ways that the EPA regulates greenhouse gas emissions today? Do they prohibit certain kinds? Are there limits on individual emission facilities, power plants, other things? What are the main rules that are in place that they might undo?
So the main thing we might see undone today is on motor vehicle emissions. This is tailpipe emissions for greenhouse gases specifically. From what my sources have told me, toxic emissions, things like sulfur dioxide would still be regulated. This only applies to climate emissions or greenhouse gas emissions. So those could completely go away because they've, since 2012, all been based on the endangerment finding, which kind of puts us into uncharted territory in terms of what do automakers do if there's no regulation on the greenhouse gases coming out of their tailpipes. The endangerment finding does also underpin regulations on methane emissions from oil and gas projects and also from power plant rules to limit their emissions, which we have seen the Trump administration already rolling back through other means. But getting rid of the endangerment finding will help to cement that. So potentially across the board.
All of that might go away. What percentage of greenhouse gas emissions come in the United States from cars?
Cars, transportation is the largest. I don't have the exact percentage, followed by power plants.
So everybody who owns a car, at least in New York, I imagine around the country, you tell me, has to get an emissions check as part of their inspections, right?
As far as I know, yeah.
And so that would all go away?
I'm not familiar with New York law. In theory, I'm not sure if states set their own rules in terms of checking this, but I'm really not 100% clear on all the implications.
Right, because there's a device on cars that help cut down the emissions. My understanding is that there was a raft of thefts of those things from parked cars in New York City in recent years. So there's at least one piece of automotive equipment that it sounds like the Trump administration wants to make obsolete.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about catalytic converters and those thefts. Yeah, were taking place across the country. Those have been in place for so long, it's really hard to say that they'd be done away with. When the motor vehicle rules came out, industry was largely on board with this. They said they, wanted the certainty and they knew they had to address climate change. So it was good that the government told them you need to do it in this way. And, I do think, in the absence of regulation, it's hard to say whether GM or Ford or other automakers are going to say, we're going to go back to making more polluting cars. I mean, they already have the technology not to. So, I guess that would open that possibility.
Do the catalytic converters reduce ground level pollutant emissions, not just greenhouse gas emissions?
I mean, I'm not an
out of
expert
nowhere.
on automotive engineering.
Just
but
say the
I do
truth
know
and
that
then
they
you
cut,
get rewarded.
carbon dioxide and emissions, coming out of the back of your car. So that's right at ground level.
Okay, fair enough. I'm taking you out of your beat. Jake Springs' beat is climate and environment enterprise reporter. Jake Spring from the Washington Post, as he's explaining what's at stake and how this draft report that sources have shared with him would stop the EPA from regulating greenhouse gas emissions at all. 212-433 WNYC. We'll get to a few phone calls here. 212-433
Jungle Valley. There's no reason to deal with Mesa
in State College, Pennsylvania. You're on WNYC. Hello.
Fortunate on it.
Hi,
so
Brian.
if you have to run it anyways,
I just had a
it's not
question
so bad.
about this policy. I'm thinking about how oftentimes
Dunes.
carbon dioxide co-occurs with other pollutants. Like, think of like a tailpipe emission where there's
Dunes
probably
with
other
mirror
emissions that are
shards?
happening, or like a coal-fired power plant where it's carbon dioxide plus mercury and other types of pollutants. So is there a way of trying to maybe use other rules or regulations to reduce emissions of those other pollutants, which might not
This
be carbon
map
dioxide,
has
but we can
such
maybe get
fucking-
around this issue by trying to target other.
I didn't
co-occurring
realize
pollutants.
it
Thank you so much.
handed out level 3 Enlighten.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you,
certainly
Moog.
true.
Jake, go ahead.
Dunes,
Yeah, that's certainly
please.
true. I mean, with both tailpipe and power plants, we're going to see, these other toxic air pollutants will still be regulated. And these co-pollutants, if you control them, it will have a certain effect on carbon dioxide too.
John in Manhattan. You're on WNYC. Hi, John.
Oh, hello, Brian. Hello, thank you, guest. I just tuned into your conversation about pollutants. I just finished a book called Struggling for Air, which is about the coal industry, and Wyoming and West Virginia, the two largest states that produce coal. Wyoming's is better than West Virginia's for some reason. But anyway, I was just wondering, so let's say it's all in the big, beautiful bill. Can't the next president, who I guess, as opposed to catastrophizing, which is what I normally do, I'm thinking optimistically that it'll be a Democrat who cares about the environment and children and grandchildren and so forth of the planet. Can he just undo, even though it's in the big, beautiful bill, all the retroactive, polluters, Nixon era things that Trump has put back and disappeared and stopped giving tax credits for, solar panels, wind energy, thermo, nuclear, whatever. Well, is that a possibility? I mean, we just have to pollute the air a bit more for 2 or 3 more years, and hopefully we'll be okay, and then it'll just go back.
John,
Hopefully.
thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it's a good political question, right? There are some things that go back and forth depending on which party has the White House. Do you expect this would be that if this goes through?
I mean, on the one, we're talking about two different things. The one big, beautiful bill is doing away with these renewable energy tax credits. That is not something that, if a Democrat gets elected in 3 years, could undo easily. You'd need, support from Congress. Meanwhile, the endangerment finding, since 2009, it has ping-ponged back and forth with it being instated under Obama, then Trump 1 trying to undo it, then Biden reaffirming it, then Trump 2 now trying to get rid of it again. And it's really going to be an issue that's probably going to be decided by the courts. But the question is, can it make it to the Supreme Court before a Democrat is elected and just drops the case? So, I mean, we're going to see this play out in courts and probably going back and forth between Republican and Democratic administrations for some time to come.
And I see that legal experts you spoke with suggest this is unlikely to hold up in court, dismantling the EPA's regulation of climate pollutants.
Yeah, well, I think it's more live issue the more people I talk to. I mean, one thing really is just the composition of the court has changed so much since 2007. Then you've seen them overturn themselves with this court, decisions made in the past, Roe v. Wade, for example. So it does seem like it is in play. And there was a 2022 Supreme Court decision that said that if an agency is going to take on major new authority to regulate, for example, regulating greenhouse gases, then Congress must explicitly give them that authority. And, conservative legal experts say that you could use this argument to to get this original 2007 Supreme Court case overturned under this new, more conservative court.
You were mentioning cars being the number one category of greenhouse gas emitters in the United States. A listener reminds us in a text that in New York, buildings are the number one emitter of greenhouse gases, and that's true. We've reported on that many times on this show. And there are local efforts here, like what they call Local Law 97, which requires all new buildings to be less emitting in various ways, and eventually, retrofitting older buildings. I guess that the city could still do that, or do you think if they undid the greenhouse gas regulation regime entirely from the EPA, that would affect even that?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking mostly about federal regulation. So, lots of people say the states and localities should step in and fill the gap, and we've, seeing more efforts to do that. We saw that under Trump 1, but I've also reported on, Columbia University and some New York activists have set up this shop writing draft legislation for states and to pass legislation to take action on climate that they hope can be passed around the country in lieu of action by the federal government. So it's certainly possible that, New York City or other places can fill the gap with their own laws and regulations.
Let me take one caller on catalytic converters, since I was unclear, and you acknowledge this is not on your beat, to describe if and how much they help cars not emit greenhouse gases. In particular, Ernest in Manhattan, you're on WNYC. Hello, Ernest.
Hi, thanks both for this important program. Catalytic converters help clean up carbon dioxide. Do not clean up carbon dioxide, which is the greenhouse gas emitted from the tailpipe of internal combustion engines. Catalytic converters instead help complete the combustion and reduce nitrous oxides and hydrocarbons and create a little bit more carbon dioxide, which is the natural product, along with water, of complete combustion. And automotive engineering pollution control has been focused on optimizing the complete combustion, which you can never do. There's always some pollution, as we all know. So catalytic converters are not the issue. Yes, and I know personally, catalytic converters have been the target of theft. Mine was stolen twice in recent years because the rare metals in them have gone up vastly in price. That also is a separate issue. I can add, regarding one other technical issue you touched upon, the state-required testing of vehicles. Yes, many states or most of them require testing of the vehicles to see if the pollution control equipment is working properly or not properly, but well enough to prevent the vehicle from being deemed what in the 1980s was called prevented from being a gross polluter. So it's not perfect, it's just good enough.
Ernest,
but that only tests.
Yes,
that only tests the other types of systems.
Right. The ground level pollutants. Ernest, thank you for that informative call. And so I stand corrected on whether catalytic converters have any relationship to greenhouse gas emissions from cars. So to wrap this up,
Ernest,
Jake.
Ernest
ahead,
is
Jake.
absolutely right. He's absolutely right that, it is for other pollutants. I misspoke earlier. It's been a while since I've been an automotive reporter.
So what happens once this proposal is published, which you're reporting could be today?
So once it's published, they'll give 60 or 90 days for public comment, and then they'll be able to finalize this in the form of a rule, which, we'll have to see exactly what they say in terms of presumably it would get rid of the endangerment finding, and to what degree they say it would get rid of motor vehicle rules. The expectation is it will completely do away with them, but that remains to be seen in the final policy. And once that happens and the rules finalized, it's probably going to be the starting gun for this legal battle that could go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Washington Post climate and environment enterprise reporter Jake Spring, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Brian.
It's the Brian Lehrer Show on WNYC. Good morning again, everyone. Now we'll hear from leaders of two relief organizations who have been struggling to save lives in Gaza, Doctors Without Borders and Mercy Corps. They will describe some of what their staff is seeing and experiencing themselves, and will ask, can President Trump's acknowledgement of the starvation make a difference to the short or long-term situation? If you've missed this headline over the past day, here is what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says about starvation in Gaza.
There is no policy of starvation in Gaza, and there is no starvation in Gaza.
But in a rare and dramatic break, here is what President Trump said yesterday.
We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that.
President Trump yesterday, and just this morning, the UN issued an alert that said more than 20,000 children have been seen for acute malnutrition between April and this month. The statement says, quote, latest data indicates that famine thresholds have been reached for food consumption in most of the Gaza Strip and for acute malnutrition in Gaza City, unquote. The UN called for, quote, immediate action toward unimpeded, large-scale, life-saving humanitarian response, unquote. That's from a UN group with the technical title, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. With us now, Katie Crosby, Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy for the group Mercy Corps, and in a few minutes we'll also be joined by Avril Benoit, Executive Director of Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières in the United States. But Katie, welcome to WNYC.
Thank you for having me.
So you were on our national show, All Things Considered, with Ari Shapiro last week. Maybe some of our listeners heard that, talking about the statement from 115 international aid organizations about starvation, and you used the term tipping into a point of no return. Can you describe here in a little detail what you meant by point of no return?
Absolutely. As my colleague, as you said, described it as a tipping point into no return, this is really the culmination of over 21 months of essentially constant conflict, violence, displacement, and now increasing food insecurity, tipping into starvation. There's been essentially no or very little access for food and essential services into Gaza since March. And we really are getting to, I don't know how to say it other than getting to the bottom of the barrel. As the UN mentioned this morning, we are seeing starvation across the Gaza Strip. That is including children who are severely malnourished. And that is something that you can't get back. So if a child loses or misses out on basic nutrition in the early years of their lives, that causes irreparable harm. And we're now at the point where it's not just a matter of getting food in, it's a matter of getting food and nutrition and clean water and expertise needed to bring many of these children back from the brink.
Can you describe for our listeners a little bit of what Mercy Corps does? I think, and Avril Benoit from Doctors Without Borders will join us in a minute. Probably more people have a better idea of what Doctors Without Borders does. How about Mercy Corps? Who are you? What do you do?
Of course. So Mercy Corps is a humanitarian organization working in over 40 countries around the world, largely in fragile and conflict-affected communities, and certainly Gaza fits that bill. We have been active in Gaza since before the events of October 7th and have since then continued to seek to provide basic services. So we have sought to bring in food kits, shelter repair kits, basic hygiene kits, especially when you have poor nutrition and a lack of clean water. Disease becomes rampant very quickly, and so hygiene and clean water is absolutely critical. As I said, since March, we have continued to try to gain access into Gaza with supplies, but we have over 1,300 pallets at the moment still waiting on the border of Egypt and on the border of Jordan that have not yet been approved to come into Gaza. We've continued to try to provide clean water where we can, and that involves trucking water. And you may have seen in different news reporting photos or videos of what looks like tankers or even just flatbed trucks with large tanks of water on the back of them. We help source that, make sure that the water is clean, and get them to communities. We're now currently serving over 8,000 people with water as often as we can.
Also joining us now is Avril Benoit, Executive Director of Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières in the United States. Avril, welcome back to WNYC. You're on with Katie Crosby from Mercy Corps.
Thanks for having me.
I mentioned in the intro before you came on the latest UN release this morning, which said more than 20,000 children have been seen for acute malnutrition between April and this month. And so that since that UN statement was kind of a medical classification, would you, representing Doctors Without Borders, describe the presence that you have had during these months, and if the statement from the UN is consistent with your staff's observation and experience on the ground?
Yes, unquestionably, people are starving, and the food and water is being deliberately withheld. We were not able to do the kinds of generalized screening in the community because of the insecurity, the constant evacuation orders. It's impossible for any organization to go out and measure everybody and check on their status in terms of the malnutrition. So what we did is, because we work in several hospitals and we are running some field hospitals, some clinics, we have a lot of operational presence. We decided to screen people last week for malnutrition. And what we found, we really focused on the children and pregnant and breastfeeding women who need the nutrients to be able to breastfeed successfully. We found that 1 in 4 met the classification of malnutrition. So 25% of children between the ages of 6 months and 5 years old, and all these pregnant and breastfeeding women were malnourished.
And I see Doctors Without Borders put out a statement last week saying that your staff, as well as patients, quote, are wasting away as mass starvation spreads across Gaza, unquote. People may not think about aid workers themselves not being able to get food. Is that unusual in a relief work situation? And how would you begin to describe the situation as it affects your workers?
It's really unheard of. And many of our staff, it's true, are only eating 1 meal every other day. And that meal might just be, simple carbs. It's not the kind of fuel, calories, energy they need to be able to work and help other people. So we have medical staff in surgical programs that are fainting, that are just too weak. And then they spend their days, doing the best they can to help their people. They're still showing up. But it's absolutely unheard of for us to have this kind of intentional withdrawal of food to an entire civilian population. And what we also have to consider is whatever food we can bring in, we want to give our patients a fighting chance to heal properly from burns, from injuries. And if they're not getting enough nutrients, what we end up with are, for example, malnourished women giving their own treatment supplements to their children who are starving. And we've got babies being born prematurely, sometimes so many that we have to put multiple in a single incubator in the neonatal wards. And that's just a snapshot. So basically, you've got everybody affected by this. There is No one spared. And that's one of the difficult things in all of this, because you can see that your patients are not able to even overcome some of the severe traumas and injuries because they're malnourished. It's actually, malnourishment is causing its own health consequences, but they're also impacting on people's ability to heal.
Listeners, we're talking about the starvation situation in Gaza that over 108 organizations have stated exists, and now President Trump, as of yesterday, has stated exists when he said, quote, "You can't fake that," disagreeing with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who continues to deny that there is starvation in Gaza. We can take a few phone calls and text with questions or comments. 212-433-WNYC, 433-9692 for Avril Benoit, Executive Director of Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières in the United States, and Katie Crosby, Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy for the group Mercy Corps. Katie, you're the Director of Advocacy, I see, for Mercy Corps in D.C. The clip we played of President Trump is being heard around the world, Trump acknowledging the reality of the starvation and a rare break with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Can the president's statement lead to real change in the delivery of relief? Has it already in any way at the policy level?
Well, as humanitarians, as counterintuitive as it may seem, we really have no choice but to be optimists in this line of work. And so, we certainly are encouraging any and all engagement from capitals, including most certainly our own in the United States, to acknowledge the depths of this crisis and to push for the fact that none of the things that we have seen to date, whether it is, small scale pauses or airdrops or stopping and starting trucks at the border, none of these are adequate substitutes for a functioning humanitarian system. So the fastest and most effective way to save lives right now is to open every border crossing and to, continue to, and having the president and others acknowledge the suffering that we are seeing every day in Gaza is certainly a first step. I would add to what Avril was saying about her staff. We, on the outside are doing all that we can. And at the end of the day, we go home to our families and our children. Our staff are continuing to live this day in and day out. They themselves are having to find adequate nutrition. Every single one of our staff in Gaza has been displaced by the violence, many of them multiple times, from their homes, from their families, and there is no respite for them.
Avril, the aid system has changed several times. Katie was just talking about some of the things that she would like to see. I assume you agree with all of those. But the aid system has changed several times, from a UN one to a U.S.-Israel one this year, then last week, in response to this starvation being so widely reported, another new system got implemented that included airdrops of food. And I see your group, Doctors Without Borders, has criticized the use of airdrops. So what's your best understanding of what had been happening over the last week, and why were you critical?
Yeah, the tactical pauses in the fighting, limited entrance of aid trucks, as we've seen a few, and airdrops are nowhere near enough to meet the massive needs. The problem with airdrops is they're incredibly inefficient, and they don't resolve the problem of the total chaos on the ground for people that see the parachutes coming down with pallets of food. A couple of months ago, you had 5 people killed when one of the chutes failed to deploy and the pallet landed on them. Other people were injured. And so it's a free-for-all. It's similar to the food distribution coordinated by the US and Israel-backed GHF, which stands for Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's disastrous and deadly. And I'm worried now that the Trump administration is acknowledging, because you cannot fail to acknowledge, that there's starvation and that children are on TV and in the newspapers, and you can see for yourself how starvation is being used as a tactic of war here. I'm afraid that they're going to just pour more money into this GHF, which in fact needs to be dismantled. the UN beforehand was doing a reasonably good job of delivering food in a safe and effective way. There was no indication, no evidence of any widespread or systemic diversion of that aid to Hamas or anywhere else. Of course, when you have a chaotic distribution, you've got a lot of desperate people who are going to rush forward, and criminal organizations, honestly, that are going to rush forward and try to grab what they can. That's not an organized distribution system. And you've got Palestinians having to choose between risking their lives for scraps of food, knowing that they have to cross unsafe zones, often at night, to get into the area of the distribution early enough because they know that this GHF is going to run out. And they have to choose between doing that and maybe getting shot or finding themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time of an airstrike, or just starving and allowing their children to starve. We've seen a lot of patients coming in with bullet wounds in all the facilities around these GHF distribution sites. So what you would normally want is to go back to a system where experienced humanitarian responders, whether it's the UN, UNRWA, World Food Program, whoever it is who's got a lot of experience in this, to carry out food distributions as they have always done without people getting shot, do it in a humane way, go to the places where people are living, not just have a few sites where people have to risk their lives to reach them, and also focus on the most vulnerable, focus on the children and the women and the ones who really should be first in line, instead of this pushing and shoving that we've seen at the GHF sites.
You've several times now suggested that the starvation, I think you said a tactic of war, and you said deliberately withheld food. So I want to play another clip of Prime Minister Netanyahu casting blame for whatever is happening in Gaza on Hamas. Here's that.
Hamas robs, steals this humanitarian aid, and then accuses Israel of not supplying it.
So, Avril, and then Katie, I'll bring you in on this. I don't want to ever deny or whitewash Hamas's role in the grave situation in Gaza, whatever it may be. Reporting has always been that they do embed among civilians. For example, Israel argues if Hamas admits it lost the war and surrenders and returns the remaining hostages, that would be the fastest route to ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Continuing the war guarantees thousands more of their own civilians will die. When is that a war crime, too, in addition to whatever Israel is doing? And there are other arguments. Do you acknowledge a role for Hamas in this in any way and urge them to take action, as well as Israel and the United States?
We're not seeing Hamas interfere with aid distribution. Hamas is not in a position to control what enters Gaza. Israel is. And it's not just food that's running out. It's medical supplies, it's fuel for ambulances and water trucking and water sanitation, it's healthcare, it's everything is being blocked by Israel from entering. And so we have to lay responsibility for that part of it on the Israeli government. And it is a siege, of course. It can appear sometimes like, oh, look at these trucks, they're coming in, or look at the parachutes that are dropping food. Those are public relations things. They're not really the most effective. If you really cared about starvation, you would deliver aid in an effective way. And of course, we in the humanitarian sector have been doing distributions and responding to needs for decades without people facing these kinds of atrocities. And it is across Gaza, look, everything is lacking. And that's because of a tactic of war. It is a strategy to make life unlivable. And it pains me to remind everybody that the US is funding a lot of this, not only with weapons transfers that should have conditions on them according to US law, but nobody seems to be, holding Israel to account for weapons that might be used against civilians or in violation of human rights. Okay, there's that part of it. But also in just funding the GHF, essentially the US government is complicit in funding and enabling a horrific system that is risking people's lives instead of addressing their desperate need for food assistance.
Katie, I believe both your organizations are calling for a ceasefire. That's been very hard to get, and there are accusations that go both ways as to which of Israel or Hamas or possibly both, for their own reasons, are not agreeing to any ceasefire terms. But is that appeal directed in Mercy Corps' case at both warring parties?
Absolutely. We are not political actors in this conflict. We are a humanitarian organization, so our only role is to serve people and uphold our shared humanity. I think, as Harold mentioned, what we are witnessing now is a humanitarian crisis. People are dying of hunger just miles from where food is available. And this scarcity just magnifies and increases desperation from everyone. And that makes food insecurity worse. That makes physical security worse. And so what we have been pressing for is to flood the zone, because the more access that you have and the more assistance that goes in, not just food, but clean water, medical supplies, basic essentials, that then reduces the pressure. That then makes those goods less appealing to looters, to other malign actors, and increases the likelihood of them getting into the hands of the people who need them the most. And we really do see a ceasefire as the only way to ensure that we can have that access, that we can move into and around Gaza to reach those most vulnerable.
Jay in Brooklyn, you're on WNYC. Hi, Jay.
Hi, Brian. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, this is a really painful thing for me personally. I have a 17-month-old daughter here, healthy, thank God. And I live in Bay Ridge. We have a large Palestinian population here. I'm not Palestinian. I have a mixed family. One side is Jewish, and it's just I have a family member who believes in starvation as a weapon of war, and echoes everything Netanyahu says. It's like Hamas, 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 and everything it goes back to them. It's just, who's doing it here? Who's starving? Who's starving the population? And how can we get to this point?
And of course, we can't verify this, but what's your version of why your family member says they believe in starvation as a weapon of war?
Well, they feel, he says that some people don't want peace. He says they don't want peace. So that's the justification. And to me, it goes against, everything I was raised with. And it's just hard to fathom. And, this is an otherwise caring person.
Jay, thank you.
So how did we get to this point? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your call. James in Baldwin, you're on WNYC. Hi, James.
Yeah, thanks, Brian, for taking my call. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, my heart, like many people, my heart goes out to the people of Gaza that are just suffering terribly and unnecessarily as a result of this man-made disaster spearheaded by the Netanyahu government. And I also want to pay recognition to the tremendous work being done by the humanitarian community, the United Nations and non-UN actors like Médecins Sans Frontières and others. I mean, they really are working under extraordinarily difficult conditions. But my main comment at this point is that we are seeing now an enormous gap between reality, namely the starvation taking place in Gaza, and the statements of the Netanyahu government. And this is doing enormous damage to the credibility of Israel. And anyone who is concerned with Israel should really reflect on what the whole world is seeing. They are seeing starvation, photos that cannot be denied by anyone, including by President Trump yesterday. Yet we are hearing statements by the Prime Minister and this morning by the Foreign Minister saying that starvation is taking place. So many thinking people will be saying, well, if they are lying, obviously lying on this issue, what other issues are they lying on? And to what extent can we trust the Israeli government in the future? So I'm concerned for Israel also as a leading this starvation campaign in Gaza. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for your call. Leon in Titusville, you're on WNYC. Hello, Leon.
Hi, I'm curious as to what happens to the small number of trucks that get in. Well, I understand that these trucks are getting looted, and I'm curious how and why they're getting looted, and is Israel actually helping people loot these trucks, the small number of trucks that do get in?
Thank you for that question. And for context, Avril from Doctors Without Borders, I know that your group put out a statement the other day on the issue of so many Palestinians being killed trying to get food, and you wrote, or your group wrote, Doctors Without Borders, massacres at food distribution sites in Gaza are occurring near daily. As of July 13th, the UN confirmed 875 Palestinians were killed while seeking food, 201 on aid routes, and the rest at distribution points. Thousands more have been injured. So these are related issues. The looting, and Israel always says the shootings are when troops themselves are being put at risk by Hamas fighters or by crowds charging at them. What's your best understanding, and how do you answer the caller's question about how to best prevent the looting?
Yeah, I mean, a permanent ceasefire, of course, would calm things down. And as was stated earlier, a ceasefire applies to everyone, all the belligerent parties. And it needs to be long-term. It needs to really hold for a long time in order to allow us to flood the zone with enough food so that people don't feel like this is my one chance to help my children survive. I'm going to do anything to get what I can, anything to rush that truck. And, you can imagine that once even trucks are allowed in, they need to be able to safely take the food and to organize it, to organize the distribution. And a lot of the Israeli authorities' way of managing this, whether it's facilitating the arrival, expediting clearance procedures, allowing the entry of the goods at scale, coordinating a safe collection and delivery, they're not doing. And so that's one of the reasons that we are so concerned with these statements that are just denying the reality. We have many authorities, Israeli authorities, top officials, multiple well-documented dehumanizing statements by these Israeli officials calling for the annihilation of the population or the transfer out of the strip. And the only reasonable inference of these tactics, of the denying people access to aid, is that there's an intention to erase Palestinian people from Gaza, ethnic cleansing, or what others would call genocide. And so you end up in a situation where we're not only seeing, and just to reflect on what one of the earlier callers said about how Israel's standing in the world is being so diminished by the actions of Israeli authorities that it's becoming known as a kind of pariah state. But we need to remember that the US is also seen globally as the enabler. And that's where there's an opportunity for Americans to do something, to speak up, to express that we're not going to have this done with our taxpayer dollars. We're not going to fund and back this politically. We're not going to make excuses, and we're not going to believe the lies about what is actually happening in Gaza.
So, Katie, since you're in Washington, I'll let you follow up on that, and you'll have the last word. As Trump's position seems to change, as on this claim that Netanyahu keeps making that Hamas is stealing the food. There was an article in the New York Times just a couple of days ago, for example, headline, "No proof Hamas routinely stole UN aid, Israeli military officials say. So it's even quoting Israeli military officials saying that's not happening, while Netanyahu is saying that it is. To the extent that the United States has some policy control over this, what can the United States do right now?
Well, I think certainly being able to validate and echo what was reported, as you said, by Israeli military officials, that's also echoed by the U.S. AID's own analysis that has confirmed that over the last 21 months that there has been no evidence of systematic diversion from the UN or US-funded aid organizations. And that really just demonstrates that with proper safeguards, humanitarian aid can be delivered securely and independently. And so having the US, and that's certainly the administration, as well as Congress, which has its own role to play to make the case to Israeli officials, as well as others in the international community, that truly a ceasefire and the allowance of aid in through all access points is the first and most necessary step towards alleviating the suffering that we are seeing in Gaza.
Just one more thing, Avril, on maybe the most controversial thing that you said, that people may question, that this is intentional. I know there was a column in the New York Times by their conservative columnist Bret Stephens the other day arguing against the use of the word genocide in with respect to Gaza. And his argument was, as many tens of thousands of Gazans as may be being killed, it's a population of so much more than that. What is it, over a million? That they're not going to wipe out the population. They're not going to starve the population to death, even if many, 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 many thousands of people are starved to death. So how could that be the policy? Because that's not going to end the war. That's not going to remove all the Palestinians from Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, look, the technical legal definition of genocide is one thing, and if you're really homing in on that, it's for a population in whole or in part, with an intentionality to remove them or to kill them. I mean, in the sense that we have, as humanitarians, seen a campaign of ethnic cleansing where people are being pushed out, and the West Bank is similar in that respect. They're creating conditions where their homes are demolished and where 87% of the Gaza Strip is now under an evacuation order. We've got almost total dismantling of the healthcare system, destruction of civilian infrastructure, repeated failure to protect civilians or give them the adequate warnings about attacks about to take place, deliberate destruction of homes, weaponization of hunger. It amounts to collective punishment. So at a very basic level, those are all war crimes. And so when you put it all together with the dehumanizing statements of Israeli officials, you do come to the conclusion that there is an intention here to erase the Palestinian people in whole or in part from Gaza. And so that, we can get into a talking shop about the genocide word or not. What we have here, though, is an occupying force, Israeli government, that is committing these things against civilians. And yes, Hamas is to blame for what happened on October 7th. And yes, Hamas is to blame for holding of hostages and for lots of things. But that does not mean that Israel is off the hook. And the U.S. government needs to recognize that.
Avril Benoit, Executive Director of Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières in the United States, and Katie Crosby, Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy for the group Mercy Corps. Thank you both very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Lehrer on WNYC. So we've been through the horrors in Gaza today. the intent of Trump's EPA to end all greenhouse gas regulation by the EPA and the mass shooting in Midtown last night. So in our last 5 minutes or so, we're going to end on a somewhat lighter note. We're going to open up the phones for a call-in on your side hustle. What's your side hustle? Tell us about it. 212-433-WNYC, 433-9692. And even this has kind of a serious underpinning. There was a Wall Street Journal story in June that inspired this segment about how Americans are picking up side hustles at a rate not seen since the Great Recession after the financial crisis of 2008-2009. So we want to know, we're inviting you to say, are you one of them? And what have you recently started doing for some extra change? Dog walkers, babysitters, food delivery folks, give us a call. Tell us what your side hustle is, and maybe tell us why you need it.
This is Marketplace. I'm Kai Rizdal. The Fed meeting, important as it was, wasn't the only A-list economic happening today. We got our first look at second quarter gross domestic product this morning. The economy grew at
This Marketplace podcast is supported by Dell. It's the back-to-school event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus, featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor, starting at $749.99. Supercharged with features like real-time notes transcription, AI-accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. Dell.com/deals.
This Marketplace podcast is supported by Remarkable. Looking to focus on your work without all the distractions of apps and social media? Check out the Remarkable Paper Pro. It's everything you love about paper, but with the power of modern technology. The Remarkable Paper Pro feels like writing on paper, but has powerful digital features like handwriting conversion, productivity templates, and more. Remarkable's mission is helping you think better without distractions. Visit Remarkable.com to learn about their satisfaction guarantee and grab your Paper Pro today.
Okay, start the clock for me, would you? Jay Powell's press conference. Ready, go! From American Public Media, this is Marketplace. In Los Angeles, I'm Kai Rizdal. Wednesday today, the 30th of July. Good as always to have you along, everybody. All right, here we go. Fed Chair Jay Powell, his press conference today, 45 minutes in. I'm going to say I can do it in 90 seconds, 7 pieces of tape. Here we go. Number one.
As you know, today we decided to leave our policy rate where it's been, where I would characterize as modestly restrictive.
Policy rate means the short-term interest rate the central bank controls. Modestly restrictive means putting the brakes on the economy just a bit. Number two.
Inflation is running a bit above 2%, as I mentioned, even excluding tariff effects.
2.7% specifically is where inflation sits, according to the Fed's favorite measure, PCE, it's called. The June number comes out tomorrow. Remember, their target is 2% even, and that's before real tariff effects have hit the economy. All right, number three.
The labor market's solid, historically low unemployment.
That is true. Unemployment rate is 4.1%. We get an update on that on Friday. Moving on, number four.
Financial conditions are accommodative, and the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy were holding it back inappropriately.
Financial conditions is kind of a stew of the value of the dollar and bond yields and stocks, which, as Powell said, so far, so good. All right, number five, and in a nutshell.
So it seems to me and to almost the whole committee that the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy is holding it back inappropriately, and modestly restrictive policy seems appropriate.
Can't leave this out, though, Powell's to be sure paragraph. Number six.
All that said, there's also downside risk to the labor market. In coming months, we'll receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
Just because I haven't used all 7 pieces of tape yet, even though I am just a little bit over time, here is one more, what the chair had to say about tariffs.
As I said, a reasonable base case is that these are one-time price effects. Of course, in the end, there will not be. This will not turn out to be inflation, because we'll make sure that it's not. We will, through our tools, make sure that this does not move from being a one-time price increase to serious inflation.
Translation, if tariffs do run prices up broadly and consistently, the Fed is going to take care of it. Wall Street on this Fed day, honestly, traders didn't much care for what Chair Powell had to say. Didn't hate it, but they didn't love it. We'll have the details when we do the numbers. The Fed meeting, important as it was, wasn't the only A-list economic happening today. We got our first look at second quarter gross domestic product this morning. The economy grew at an annualized rate of 3% April through June. But, hang on a second, because there's definitely more, or in a way, I guess, less to that number than meets the eye. Marketplace's Sabri Benishore reviews the latest report card on this economy.
3% GDP growth is pretty great, pretty solid. It's just that
figure is very misleading.
Thomas Ryan is a North America economist with Capital Economics.
It's sort of driven by a quirk.
The quirk is trade chaos. In the first quarter of the year, companies across the economy binged on imports, stockpiling before tariffs hit. Then, when tariffs hit, a lot of them stopped importing so much.
And as a result of imports slumping, that's boosted GDP quite strongly.
That's how the math works when calculating GDP. Imports are a negative, so less imports is a positive, and GDP grew. So what then does the economy look like if we take out the trade chaos?
Under the hood, it does look like there's some cooling in the relatively solid growth we've experienced in 2023 and 2024.
Jonathan Pingle is chief U.S. economist at UBS. If you want to look at the core of the economy, the beating heart of it all, you look at how much we consumers and businesses are all buying and investing. At the end of last year, that was growing at a solid 3.4%. Then it slipped to 2.9%, then down to 1.9%. Now, just 1.2%. Justin Widener is an economist with Deutsche Bank.
A lot of the slowing is on the residential investment and structures side.
The housing market is not thrilled by high interest rates. And as far as investment, low oil prices have kept a lid on the oil and gas sector, which is a big one.
So a little bit of a slowdown relative to earlier in the year, but still a decent number.
The big question is, of course, what happens next? Again, UBS's Jonathan Pingle.
Well, is this just, sort of two soft quarters and then we, perk back up again? Or is this the new rate? Or, which is the worser scenario, is, we slow further.
So for now, overall, economic growth is not as good as it seems, but not as bad as it could be. In New York, I'm Sabri Benishore for Marketplace.
Friday this week is not only going to be Friday, which is nice, but being the first Friday of the month, it's also going to be Jobs Day. The July Employment Situation Summary is what the Bureau of Labor Statistics calls it. Today, though, we got a sneak peek of sorts. ADP, the private payrolls processing company, said about 100,000 new jobs were created in July. Most of them, about 70% or so, were in the services sector. Marketplace's Elizabeth Trovall breaks it all down for us.
ADP's report showed more growth in hospitality and leisure than any other industry, 46,000 new jobs. That comes with the caveat, says Ali Bustamante with the University of New Orleans.
It doesn't necessarily tell us that these jobs are going to stick around. It doesn't also tell us that these jobs are particularly good or high-paying jobs.
And Greg Wright with UC Merced says while July's job growth was concentrated in low-wage services,
that was even actually somewhat offset by losses in education and health services, which tend to be somewhat better types of jobs.
Education and health lost some 38,000 jobs. While it's unclear whether that's just a blip, Wright says
there's been reductions in government funding at various levels in health and in education, mostly at the kind of university level.
On the other hand, the financial services sector saw some growth. Mike Steinitz is with talent firm Robert Half.
Hiring continues, but it's done more at a slower pace.
He says companies are focused on specific skill sets, employees that can improve efficiency by modernizing tech platforms and analyzing investments.
There's a lot of needs for people to come in and analyze that data and figure out what buckets they should go into.
While it's easy to look at the overall hiring numbers as good news, Daniel Hornung with the Urban Institute says it's still part of a slowing we've seen coming out of last year's strong labor market.
The question is whether that slowing is going to accelerate and stop, basically.
He's especially concerned about how tariff policy might hurt the labor market. I'm Elizabeth Trovall for Marketplace.
we're a long way from knowing exactly what President Trump's tariffs are going to mean for this economy, what they're going to mean for consumers, but also what they're going to mean for businesses, small businesses in particular, which just don't have the economic wherewithal to handle the extra cost. Small businesses like Knoxville Fine Violins' Wesley Rule, proprietor.
Summers are generally slow for violin shops. This one's been particularly slow, but it seems that things are starting to pick back up. School is starting back. We're adding an orchestra program to one of the public high schools here in Knoxville this year, so that's positive. It seems like prices have stabilized for us from our distributors. You know, things were kind of bouncing back and forth for a while, and we were getting lots of warnings from our distributors that prices were going to spike and go up, which they did. So, for instance, most of our strings for our instruments come from Europe, whereas a lot of our student instruments, for instance, come from Asia. And so we were getting a lot of different information from different distributors depending on which tariffs were being put in place at what time. And so I think generally prices for us have increased an average of 30%. We've actually worked really hard to keep our budget instruments the same price, even though our margins are even thinner than they were to begin with, just because, you know, low-income families and people that are looking for budget instruments, often their budgets are stretched elsewhere, you know, whether it's through groceries or some other things. And so we were able to keep those prices where we have always had them. And we're also trying to start a program that offers a decreased price rental for low-income families. It looks like there might be a tariff on India, which will affect the price of fittings. So like ebony and rosewood and a lot of those like pegs and tailpieces, those kinds of things that are found on violins, a lot of that comes from India. So we may stock up on that before any sort of tariffs go in place there. And we're also looking at a lot of bow material is potentially going to be at risk to be more difficult to get. So we're going to probably stock up on that as well. During the summer, because it's slow, we often work on a lot of restorations throughout the summer. So we've restored a lot of 18th century violins, and we have a lot of interesting new stock that people haven't seen. And so we'll have teachers and students come back in to get ready for the school year, get ready for the symphony that's going to start back, and we get to show off kind of all of our new stock. I also just really enjoy the new students, you know, the students that come in, they've never played a violin before or they've never played a cello before, and you kind of hand them an instrument for the first time and their eyes light up and they're so excited to start their school year. That's great.
Wesley Rule and his wife Lauren own Knoxville Fine Violins, Knoxville, Tennessee, if you need a luthier. Coming up.
When was the last time you walked into a coffee shop or the grocery store and you paid with a stable coin?
Never. First, though, let's do the numbers. Dow Industrial down 171 today, 0.4%, 44,461. The NASDAQ up 31 points, about a 10%, 21,129. The S&P 500 chopped off about 7 points, a 10%, 6362. Consumer spending grew 1.4% in Q2, so let's check some places where a lot of us spend some money. Starbucks down about 0.25% today, missed quarterly earnings estimates and reported a sales decline. Dallas-based Wingstop added a good soaking of buffalo, saw shares surge 27% after beating expectations. Bonds down, yield on the 10-year T-note up 4.37%. You're listening to Marketplace.
Recruitment. In law, it can feel clinical, procedural, lacking the human element that defines the profession. LHH believes it should be more. By connecting legal talent to meaningful opportunities, not just matching skills to job descriptions. Beautiful things happen in legal careers. A mentor shapes a future. A team argues, then aligns. The associates you hire become the advocates you trust, making the thousands of hours in practice truly matter. Recruitment, development, career transition. LHH, a beautiful working world for the legal world. Discover recruitment solutions today at lhh.com/beautiful.
This Marketplace podcast is supported by Remarkable. If you're struggling to stay focused, your eyes are sore from staring at screens, or you're looking for something to help you hone in on your work without distractions, the Remarkable Paper Pro 3rd Gen paper tablet might be just what you're looking for. It's everything you love about paper, but with the power of modern technology. It's thin, minimalist, feels and sounds like writing on paper, but with powerful digital features like handwriting conversion, built-in reading light, productivity templates, and more. Remarkable helps you think better. No apps, no social media, and no distractions, just pure focus. Try Remarkable Paper Pro for up to 100 days with a satisfaction guarantee. Visit Remarkable.com to learn more and grab your Remarkable Paper Pro today.
This Marketplace podcast is supported by Dell. Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by Dell Core Ultra Processor. It's not just an AI computer. It's a computer built for AI. That means it's built to help you do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, running lots of apps without lag, creating live translations and captions, summarizing meeting notes, extending battery life, enhancing security, finding that file you were looking for, managing your schedule, meeting your deadlines, responding to those long emails, leaving all the time in the world for more you time and for the things you actually want to do. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
This is Marketplace. I'm Kai Rizdal. We are, as of this airing, 2 days out from President Trump's August the 1st tariff deadline. What's going to happen between now and Friday is, as we have learned, anybody's guess. But the past 6 months have been a real-time experiment in what happens when you dismantle the global trading system and what that does for the United States' position in it. That gets me to an article I saw in Foreign Affairs the other day. The headline was, "The Right Way to Wield America's Economic Power." Dalip Singh wrote it. He's now chief global economist at PGIM. That's the investment arm of Prudential Financial. But before that, and more relevant to this conversation, he served in senior economic policy jobs in the Biden White House. Dalip, welcome to the program. Good to have you on.
My pleasure, Kai. Thanks for having me.
We are, as we see in the headlines every day, in an era of economic warfare. And certainly it has been stepped up in the Trump administration, but it predates the Trump administration. It goes back decades and decades. And I guess the question is...
Kai, it goes back centuries and centuries.
Centuries and centuries, right.
War.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And you're the expert in the conversation. So here's the gist of the first question, and it's pretty basic, but is it different now somehow?
Yes. It's being used more often and with more force than ever before. First, because we're in the most intense period of geopolitical rivalry since at least the Cold War, and because today's great powers are mostly nuclear powers, the logic of mutually assured destruction is pushed direct conflict away from the military battlefield and into the economic arena.
So let's talk about how we do that. And I want to get to the idea of economic tradecraft, which is sort of the thrust of your piece. There is, as everybody knows, diplomatic tradecraft, political tradecraft, military tradecraft, which the United States has demonstrably been pretty good at for the last 80-ish years. I would submit, and I guess my question to you is, do you think the United States has been as good at economic tradecraft the past generations?
We've always been better at using economic tools to create and to innovate and to inspire and attract. That's been our superpower. And, it's still investments in research and development, infrastructure, workforce development. That's what's made America different over the past 80 years. And having grown up professionally in the private sector, I think those tools, the positive ones, are our most potent ones, because plenty of countries can punish, but no other country can inspire and create like the U.S. That's who we are at our best.
There are going to be people listening to this who say, this guy just needs to read the newspaper, man, because what's happening every single day in this and the global economy now is a disruption of what has been built over 80 years. And I guess the question that comes from this is, your entire argument assumes regular order, if I could speak in congressional terms, right? It assumes thoughtful consideration. It assumes the investigations that go along with tariffs and all of the rest of the things. It assumes normal diplomatic, economic tradecraft channels, which, as we all know, simply is not happening now. And I mean, did the United States break the global economy?
Look, I mean, I don't. I'm trying not to sound naive. We can act in a way that's unpredictable. We can act in a way that maximizes our use of leverage. But if you ask me, trust is the currency of diplomacy. Diplomacy is ultimately how you settle conflicts. Unbridled chaos ultimately creates a vacuum and makes us weaker. So my ambition is modest, to start a conversation and to encourage people who are smarter and wiser than I am to improve on the ideas I put out there.
Well, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that thing you want to do, which is the crux of your piece, which is building government capacity for economic tradecraft. Because just to allude to an earlier question, we have government capacity for military tradecraft and diplomatic tradecraft and all of those things. How do we build this economic tradecraft capacity that you seek?
So I'm calling for a doctrine of economic statecraft that will be announced at the highest levels of government. It would lay down guiding principles for why and when we use economic weapons. And it would set limits, like not targeting food or medicine. I don't think we have an institutional setup that's fit for purpose. So I'm also calling for a cabinet-level Department of Economic Security. We need a 21st century institution built for geoeconomic competition.
It's going to take decades, right?
Yeah, it will, because right now our economic tools, they're scattered across Treasury, Commerce, State, USTR. We need a single agency that gives us coherence. We need to simulate conflict scenarios and stress test our tools just like the Fed does. And I think the biggest deficiency is we need to recruit multidisciplinary talent, a SWAT team, across economics and finance, because the right tools are not enough. We also need the right team.
I'll echo your earlier caveat here that you're not naive, because there are challenges now, shall we say, with recruiting people to the federal government and building that kind of bureaucracy back up. But the last thing I want to touch on this, and this is, I'm asking you as a guy who spent his professional life in this, we, the United States, is now, and again, not being idealistic here, we are in a place where we are the unreliable actor. What and how do we convince the allies and our trading opponents too, right? Because it's a global economy, that we have steadfastness of purpose?
Well, look, that's the right question. First, we have to convince ourselves that doctrine isn't code for handcuffs. No president would agree to handcuffs. But what I would say to our allies and really to the powers that be in Washington is that we know economic statecraft is here to stay. But doctrine is about improving its discipline and its legitimacy, and ultimately its effectiveness. And the benefit is also will minimize the blowback, because if you exercise power without discipline, history teaches us eventually that backfires.
Dilip Singh works in private finance now. He spent lots of time at the highest levels of economic policy, I guess, in the Biden administration. His piece in Foreign Affairs is called The Right Way to Wield America's Economic Power. Mr. Singh, thanks for your time, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kai. It's a pleasure.
A couple of weeks ago, as part of that whole crypto week thing you may or may not have clued into, President Trump signed the Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act, also known as the Genius Act, in that too clever by halfway that Congress has of naming legislation. Stablecoins are a kind of cryptocurrency, but unlike, say, Bitcoin, they are supposed to be obviously stable, a store of value. One stablecoin equals $1 US. So far in practice, they've mostly been used to buy and sell other kinds of crypto, but with the regulatory blessing that they've just been given, crypto companies and some big retailers like Amazon and Walmart are eyeing a much, much bigger market. Marketplace's Matt Levin looked into whether stablecoins could compete with credit and debit cards.
Chintan Tarakia recently ordered a $6.50 brown sugar milk tea with something called cheese foam at a boba shop in San Francisco. Instead of cash or a credit card, Tarakia opened an app from the crypto company Coinbase and paid with stablecoin.
All I do is scan a QR code, right? That is at the register. I type in 6.50 and hit send, and it's done.
Most people still pay for cheese foam in actual dollars, but Tarakia works for Coinbase. His job is basically to convince businesses like that Boba Cafe that accepting stablecoins is really not that different from accepting Visa or American Express. But unlike traditional payment systems, stablecoins move at the speed of the blockchain.
It takes 200 milliseconds now. And so when I hit send, it's submitted to the blockchain, it's confirmed quickly, and then it lands in the merchant's wallet.
Credit and debit card payments can take days to actually show up in a merchant's bank account. Speed is one selling point in the gospel of stablecoin, but the bigger lure for crypto-curious retailers?
In traditional credit card systems today, there's usually between a 2 to 3% fee. If stablecoins are used by existing companies, they may add a small fee, right? But that fee is usually far, far, far less.
Businesses can either pass on that fee to their customers or just eat it, which is why the National Retail Federation's Stephanie Martz is pretty excited about stablecoins.
This would be much needed competition for the traditional credit card market.
Retailers paid $187 billion in swipe fees last year, mostly to Visa and MasterCard, which have long been criticized as having a duopoly on payment systems.
Our strong hope and expectation is that this would finally result in credit card and debit card swipe fees going down.
The e-commerce company Shopify and payments company Stripe offer stablecoin options to merchants. Walmart and Amazon have reportedly explored offering their own in-house stablecoins. But it's still very early stages for the tech. Rubail Burwadkar is global head of growth for Visa.
It's not really very common. I mean, when was the last time you walked into a coffee shop or the grocery store and you paid with a stablecoin?
Burwadkar says the speed and efficiency of stablecoins could improve payment networks, and Visa has already launched stablecoin-linked cards. But he cautions that, beyond retailers, stablecoins also have to appeal to consumers, who are used to getting miles with their purchases or easily disputing a transaction.
Building acceptance is hard. It has to be safe, it has to be secure, and it has to have the promise of making sure that a consumer can trust where their money is being used.
The Genius Act is intended to convince crypto skeptics that stablecoins are indeed safe. If a company issues $100 million in stablecoins, the new law requires that they actually have $100 million in safe assets, like short-term treasury bills. So when you want to convert coins to actual real dollars, you can. UC Berkeley economist Barry Eichengreen still fears what amounts to a stablecoin bank run.
If there are worries about the survival of a business or the survival of a coin, and people